Well, hello there, everybody. Hello. It's so good to see you all. I know. Again, it's been a while, but we're back. We got new schedule, new things happening. Even though December's super busy, at least almost everything that's super busy is during the weekends and on Wednesdays. So we're good to be back. We're excellent. We're good. Some thing interesting is if Mr. Smuckers is in my room when I am streaming, which is my brother's cat. Um, Look, he's right there. He's on my bed. I have the heating pad on, and he loves the heating pad. So I have a Mr. Smuckers cam for all of you guys who love my brother's cat. My brother is currently bowling, so I kidnapped the Smuckers. He's in my room for now. So we have Smuckers. Welcome in, everybody. I hope we're having an amazing day. We got Jai in here, Shuli, and AJ, our wonderful friend Andrew. Welcome in, you guys. We got Andrew in here with the first. Let's go. Jai, welcome in. Sorry, I just came to read the stream title. It's 11 out of 10 great. You know what's funny? I haven't been live in a while, and I don't remember if that was my old one or not because I don't know. I just went live, and I even looked. I was like, oh, did I change the category? I'm like, oh, it's still for Monday. So, that might have been from last stream. Who knows how long ago? But you guys get to enjoy it again. But I did everything else, so and we got the Smuckers cam working, so that's awesome. Jai, thank you so much for the lurk. Thank you so much. Hi Shu. Why you change your username? Hugs. It's good to see you too. Sal, welcome in. Yes, indeed. I know, Jai. We got the cat cam going. I know. We love Smuckers. 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 Come say hi to everyone. He's like, I was laying down, enjoying myself. Thank you very much. It could have been the old one. I don't know. I forgot what the stream title was before this. So it's fun to see. I know. Guys, one of my new favorite Christmas songs is on. Coming Home This Christmas from the Jonas Brothers. We gotta listen to this real quick and then we're gonna do devotional. Have you guys seen the new Jonas Brothers movie? New Jonas Brothers movie. I love it. I love it. Oh my goodness. So good. How are we all doing today? Hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. It's so good to see you guys. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. We're gonna do devotional. For those who don't know, and you guys are watching my stream right now, or you'll watch it later in the VOD, I just wanted to tell you guys a little bit about myself. I am Victoria. You can call me Pokelaws. I really want to make an intro video, so if people rate or whatever, I have it, so you guys like get to see that it's automatic, and I just post it, almost like a preview. But have not done that yet. So one of these days that will be done because I have two amazing editors that could make me one. So shout out to LJ and Eden, my awesome friends. They're amazing. Um, and also shout out to all my mods. You guys are amazing. I love you guys. So let's go ahead and get started. Again, for those who don't know, I'm Pokelaws or Victoria. I am a variety streamer. So every day we most likely play a different game. My goal right now is there's a few games I want to finish. So we're gonna be working on that. Um, Palia or Palia, however you say it. I think it's Palia. We want to finish that. We're gonna get into Stardew Valley again, and then once I finish Palia, we'll probably go into Disney Dreamlight Valley again. We'll see. We'll see how it is. You're waiting for the devotional? Really? Oh my goodness, Shuli. Yeah. So we start our streams with devotional. Then we play video games. Today we're playing Minecraft. And then we always rate out. We always want to love and support other people. So we always rate out. We always go find someone else. So I really appreciate it for those who stay and do the raids with me. So let's go ahead and get started. We are doing 25 days of Christmas devotional. I kind of made 25 days of devotionals for here that we're going to be doing. And I'm super excited. So today is day one. Day one of the Christmas devotional. So we're going to be focusing on hope today. Hope. And we're going to be reading from Isaiah 9, verse 2. And it says, "The people who walk in darkness will see a great light. For those who live in a land of deep darkness, a light will shine." Christmas begins with hope. Jesus shines into the darkest places of our lives, reminding us that no situation is beyond his reach. His light brings courage where fear once lived. So, I have about 3 questions and answers, and if you want, you can answer them in the chat if you'd like. I would love to see what you have to say in the chat as well. So, number 1 is, where do I feel surrounded by darkness? So, for me, um, a lot of times it would be like in moments of worry or like the future. And one of my favorite Bible verses is Matthew 6:33, but my second favorite Bible verse is verse 34, and it says, "Do not worry about tomorrow, for today has its own worries in itself." So, that verse always helps me to remind myself that, you know what? I don't have to worry about tomorrow. God holds my future. He knows exactly what I'm going through, when things are going to happen. He provides for my needs, so I don't have to worry. And so, worrying about the future or anything like that, that verse helps me out a lot. So if anyone wants to put that verse, it is Matthew 6:33 through 34. Um Favorite Bible verses. They're so good, and they help me a lot in times of trouble as well. So, number 2 is, how does Jesus' light change my struggles? So, it shows me that his hope is stronger than despair. The hope of Christ is stronger than any type of depression I go through, any type of despair, grief. His hope is stronger than that. I can look forward to the hope I have in Christ, and it helps me through, going through what I may, the struggles that we go through in life, because he is the God who comforts. And the best thing to do is to turn towards him, and he will comfort you. So, just to help you out, I know sometimes the holidays can be kind of hard, can be struggles, and just know that his hope is stronger than any despair that you go through. And last but not least, number 3 is, who needs encouragement from his hope today? So you might have a friend who feels overwhelmed, and you can be that person to share his hope in their life, whether it's praying for them, doing something like just asking, like, hey, how can I help you? How can I serve you? And maybe that friend who's overwhelmed could feel a little less stressed because of what you do to help them and serve them. So that is it. I know it's a little short one, but I'm super excited about the 25 days of Christmas devotionals. I actually might make a book on this. I think it would be fun. And here's a little prayer. So, Lord Jesus, I just thank you for shining into all our little dark spots, Lord. And I just pray that you fill us all with your hope and help us to be able to share that hope with others, Lord. We thank you so much for whatever you're going to share with us, Lord, through these 25 days, Lord. And I'm just super excited to be able to share that with others as well, Lord. So maybe we can all have a little hope this Christmas season, Lord. We love you. We thank you, Lord. and we lift your name on high. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. Let's go. Let's go see the chat. Um, a friend of mine recently discovered the glory of the one above and decided to fully dedicate himself to doing his work and things. I'm praying it goes well for him. Oh my goodness, I love that, Shuli. Oh my goodness, that's so exciting. I love that for him. Oh my goodness. I love that. Okay, so Jai put in Isaiah 9:2, and then put in Matthew 6:33 through 34. Thank you so much. And a new one, 2 Corinthians 4:17, for our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all. Thank you so much for providing the verses, Jai. I appreciate you. Amen. Let's go, Andrew. Amen, guys. Okay. Oops, guys. We got a Pokemon community game Frisian. Make sure you go ahead and put Catch in the chat so we can all catch him. Let's see who's gonna get him. Okay. Is the music okay or is it too low? Is it too low? I want to make sure everything's good before we start games. Oh. You actually put the C. You put a T. And the A backwards. You got this. If you hurry up, you might be able to still get it before it goes. Let me know though, because I can hear the music, but I want to make sure you guys have good background music as well. I think this will be an exciting Christmas for me too, though we don't celebrate it. But in the spirit of the holiday, while remaining stern in my beliefs, I want to continue opening up and learning more about the Lord and His servants. Oh, I love that, Shuli. That's awesome. I'm super blessed that you're respectful about it, and I appreciate that. The music is on the low side, but I'm okay with that. Okay, as long as you guys can hear it. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and play some Minecraft today. I do have a new schedule. I'm gonna go ahead and put it right now in here so you guys can see it real quick. So this is December schedule. Hello, where are you at? So this is my schedule for December so far. Obviously, it depends on my health. You guys know about my health and all that, and it varies. And it also depends on activities and things. So Mondays we have Minecraft. Tuesdays I'm playing a new game called Mech Arena. I absolutely love it. I actually technically should be getting all my stuff in for today. So I might do that real quick. And depending on how I feel about Tuesdays, I may start off my lives playing Mech Arena and then we get into other games, or it will just be on Tuesdays we'll play. But it's a mobile and PC game, so if you guys like those type of games, Raid Shadow Legends are I believe the same people who made Mech Arena, so it's super fun game. It reminds me of Red versus Blue and Halo and stuff like that, and so it's really fun. I'm excited to play that with you guys. Wednesday is Palia. Thursday is Stardew Valley. I'm super excited. I've been watching so much Stardew Valley on YouTube and watching like playthroughs and stuff. So I want to start playing that again. And then Fridays is Friendship Friday. So it's just playing games with friends. I may or may not be live those days, but we will definitely be in Discord, spending time with each other and playing video games. Most likely it's going to probably be Fortnite or Among Us or whatever, but it will be group games or Letter League. It's whatever we feel like it that day. And then Saturdays is my Sabbath day, so day off. And then Sundays is my day off of here, but I go live on the TikTok. So super excited. And I can't wait to do this. Now, times may vary on certain days because of my schedule. So we're just going to have to get used to my schedule. Some days I may be on earlier, like 3 p.m. Other days I may be a little bit later, 8, 9, 10 p.m. even. But my goal is to get off by like 11:30ish, 11:45, and get to bed by 12. I want to try my best to get to bed by 12. Oh my goodness, Von Reich with the subscription. Oh my goodness, that's so exciting. Gotta add something to write on. I'm gonna write your name on a paper, and I need to get something. I made this little Santa Claus for my TikTok, but I don't want to. I want to do something separate for you guys, so any sub will go on that. I just gotta figure that out for December, but I might just make another Santa Claus for specifically you guys, and then or like a different Christmas decoration, and then I'll put your names on there. So let me go ahead and write Von Reich's name down. Thank you so much for the subscription. I really appreciate it. Subs help me so much, you guys. So how are you doing, Von Reich? Let's go! You like it, Jai? Guys, okay. I took a pumpkin, okay, and then I made Santa Claus out of the pumpkin. I thought it was pretty creative, okay? Gotta, kind of work with what you got. And that's what I had. You're tired from work, but you're doing good? Oh my goodness. Well, you enjoy some resty rest. If you haven't ate yet, eat some dinner, enjoy yourself. Relax. Because we're going to play some relaxing Minecraft. Hey, I told you to close this. Okay. But hopefully the music is not too low. Like I said, if I need to move it up a little bit, let me know. You haven't never seen a pumpkin turn into Santa Claus before? I got skills. They're multiplying. Okay, I gotta be honest. I have not played Minecraft since last time I was live. So let's go see what we got going here. I need leather, guys. I don't know if I have a bed here still. I need to sleep. We have sleep. Also, you guys, if you guys see anything funny or sad, or I did something, not smart, anything, please clip them, you guys. It will help my people who actually go through my VODs and clip stuff. Like, it'll give them less of a job. So I really appreciate if you guys clip and help out there. And your clip may be on my YouTubes or TikTok. You never know. So, what am I doing? I don't know. We're gonna go to a place real quick. Whee! You know why I want blue leather? Because I want to dress him in blue leather. Because he has the blue outfit. You see cows? Yeah, I have cows. We also need to make a farm. But let's see. Let's see what I've done lately. Football's carrot farm. Okay. Last time I did this, I remember. We have all these going like that. We have all these so far. Me and my brother. The dragon head, even though I haven't bought the dragon by myself yet. So we're gonna have to do that at some point to finish the game. And then, we got our little ghast friend, my little ghast plushie. And then we got lightsaber banners! Oh my goodness, so exciting. And then we have, cat heads. We're not gonna question the cat heads, okay? They just appeared in my mailbox. And then, another lightsaber. And then we have all these outfits. And then we have this one for my netherite armor one day. That's that. But yeah, I want leather, but blue leather, so we can put it on the other guy. And that would be so fun. Oh, we did this last. I wanted to do a pumpkin farm here. And I did not do that. So we might do that at some point. I hear something. I bet they're under this cave down here. This is my to-do list. So we gotta make a gazebo somewhere. We're gonna make a windmill. We're gonna make a gassed helipad, which we've been working on. We're gonna do make a shop at the spawn eventually here. Nether hall to the fortress. Nether hall to the fortress. Oh, we're gonna fix the nether hall to the fortress to make it safe for us. Um, animal farm. We're gonna make a cool animal farm. Um, and then I want to do all crops farm. Chessboard. I might not do. I might not do this here because there is one at the spawn, and I may just like, you know, I won't make it again if we already have it at the spawn and someone's already made it. So we don't need to do that one. Get more kinds of animals. And then on here, we need to make our pet gas. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make our pet gas. Um, netherite for the stand, netherite gear, master all traders, golf putt course. That one's gonna be fun. And then I need bamboo, iron quartz, animal heads. That sounds so funny. Leather, mob heads, and cherry wood. So these are things that I have on our to-do list. And before we start, because it takes what 30 minutes to an hour for forever for the gas to actually be a gas. So we're gonna do that real quick. I want my little pet gas. I wonder if I could do that now, or do I have to wait? You're gonna be one lucky chicken if you survive. Nope. Um. Okay. No. I'm gonna put all these in here because I don't know how many I need. Now the question is, can I attach him now, or do I have to wait till he actually becomes something to attach it? Yeah, I have to wait till he's not that anymore. So, yeah, I was told it takes a long time, so you just stay there and don't fly away, okay? You be a good little ghast. Oh, Von Reich, are you still in here? Look. That's you. I started naming my animals after subs. So we got Von Reich, the doggy. Yeah. Pretty fancy. You're the greeter. You greet people when they join my little area. I just wanted to show you. Okay. So we did that. Guys, remind me I have a ghast that I need to go check on in like 30 minutes or so. Okay, so that's done. Now let's go check in here. See, we did these. I really wish they did an update where you can put helmets on the heads. That would be nice. This is all my things we have, but we have to master them all. I don't remember which ones are mastered and which ones aren't. Yeah, novice, 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 Novice. 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 And then over here, I think we have more masters over here. We have... I forgot about that. Well, we have my brother, Llama, who's a master. I was trying to name tag a llama, okay? I have a llama bandit, which I still might name that llama, just because it's a llama. Or I might name it after my mom. I don't know. Whatever. But yeah, so I accidentally named a trader llama. So now my brother's a trader. And then we have a toolsmith master, armorer master, a farmer novice, so we need to work on that. We have a oh no, you gotta buy more Pokeballs. We have a farmer master. Guys, if you go to my bio, there should be commands for you to know what to comment to buy Pokeballs and stuff. We got Mason Master. We got a Fletcher Expert, so he needs to be mastered. We got a Fisherman Apprentice, so we gotta master him. We got another Fisherman Apprentice, and then we got a Cleric Master. So yeah, as you can see, we need to master some of them. Okay, you guys are way too loud. They're way too loud. And then last time we did this. We organized all the chests and stuff and put them in. Oh, we went here, so now I need to put these in a thing. All this cobbled deep slate needs to go somewhere. Where did I put them? Okay, so this is gonna have to move down. Everything goes back in here. I got this. There we go. Oh yeah. Okie dokie. So I have that. More? Well, that's tough. I don't know where I put my tough. Where does my tough go? Hello? I don't know where my tough goes. There. Tough goes in there. Yay. Okay. Oops, sleep time. Sleepy time. Okay. We'll come back to this. Let's go check on, Okay. I don't remember how long. I think it's like 30 minutes or something, or an hour. But it could just be like 7 minutes. So he could be done. I don't remember. Okay. Well, we'll see you in a little bit. the gas, and then I can ride around. Whee! Okay. Meow. Let's go this way. And this way. And back up here. I know, I'm so excited, truly. So if you go to my Discord, or not my Discord, if you go to my my bio under Twitch, click my bio, like where you read my about me section, there should be a thing of commands specifically for that. So it will help you know what you have and what you need to buy and stuff. Oh, or click Pokey Help. I don't know. I just try to help. I'm trying to help. Okay. Okay. Oh, these are my extra heads I have. That sounds so funny. Maybe I should put the rest in this. Right? Like if I ever need it, it's in there. I'm gonna put this in here just in case I need it. Why not put these in here? And then I mean I don't really need redstone. Okay, now. Nether redstone can go in here. Obsidian, crying obsidian. Should I put skulk in there? Where do I have skulk right now? I have gunpowder in here. This is just my stuff for random things. Oh, these are my weapons. Iron. Netherrack. Bricks. Flint. Coal can go here. Ooh. Iron can go in here. Where's my gold go? I feel like I should have a space for all my other stuff. That looks like that's a good spot. Okay, let's see. I just need a spot for my raw gold, I guess. Was I putting it in here? Hello. Oh wait, you know what I should do instead? I should do this. Okay, so that's going. Now I can put these in there. There. Okay. There you go. That's good. Now we'll go check on him again. Guys, I'm so excited. I just want my gas to be done already. You ever get just super excited and you're like, oh my goodness. Fuckers, what are you doing? He's grooming himself. I want him done already. I know I have to wait. But he's getting there. Guys, I didn't even finish this yet. I need more quartz. That's what I was working on. I wanted him done before I did that. I wonder if we could get enough quartz to finish all this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. We need 25. 25. Okay. What do I need again to get quartz? He already did Poke Start, Shuli. He's trying to figure out buying things and all that stuff. He already started. He's just looking at all the commands for, because you can do different commands for different things. I hope he doesn't get mad at me. Imagine if I actually hit him. Quartz! I need emeralds! I need sticks! Where's Stick Boy? Where's the stick guy? I need sticks, you guys. That's what I need. Time to chop down some trees. I like this one. We gotta go find a different tree to chop down. We're gonna go this way. Or should I wait till it gets dark time? Or not dark time? I don't want to go too far. Ah! I also don't want to fall. This one looks like a good place to chop down a tree. Because I'm Lumberjack Pokeclaws. You have no Pokecash? You gotta sell Pokemon, sell. Or buy. Yeah, you gotta sell Pokemon. They have a widget where the game actually takes place. Yeah, I like that one. It's in my bio. And it's so much easier doing that. So much easier. Whee! You get money every 15 minutes if you chat? Really, Shuli? That's good to know. Thank you. That's awesome. Merry little Christmas time. gotta go to bed so it can be daytime. But you know what's better than going to bed? Making sticks. Lots of sticks. All the sticks. I'm gonna sneeze. Ooh. One. We got 5. You must go. Why, Shuli? Okay. Let's see. Oh yeah, I did that. We will do this and put it there. Because I need 1 empty. Actually, technically I need more that are empty, but we'll leave it at that. I thought. We'll put that there. What else do I need? More wood. That's what I need. I got a deli bird! Oh my goodness. Andrew, you got one too. Let's go. Deli bird. A deli bird. Yourself a merry little Christmas day, night. We finished the square! Are you done yet? He's smiling! He's smiling, you guys! Oh my goodness, this is so exciting! Smuckers! Smuckers! Guess what? He's smiling! Sorry, I had to tell Smuckers. He looks so excited, doesn't he? Look at him. He's like, what are you talking about? Look, he's smiling! Okay. I need a lot of sticks. Basically. Is he done yet? I keep hearing him and I keep thinking he's done, but he's not yet. When are you gonna be ready? I'm too excited. He's so cute. Oh my goodness, I can't wait. Can you put stuff on him, like different colored things? Like if I want him to be pink, I put like pink dye on his outfit or something. Just like the llamas. See these llamas? See how they have little cute outfits? Look at how cute they are! With the little alpaca outfits. Can you do that with the ghast? There's Richie. Guys, remember, if you want to be an animal or a different mob, like a trader, you sub. And you get the to name yourself an animal. Just saying. We need more wood. We need to chop down more trees. Look, I'm so fast. I'm like Speedy Gonzales. Okay. Oh yeah, look how fast I am. I don't want to do any trees that are touching. I want them to be by themselves. Because then it's easier to chop down a tree. Like this tree. There's an apple! Like this tree. He's easy to chop down. Why is this here? Why did I do that? Okay. Trees. So yeah, we want trees that are by themselves, that aren't huge. So nice little short trees that are not touching each other. Yep. You like this one is perfect. And then we just need all of them. So we can do this, and then we can do this, and then we can get a whole bunch. That's our goal today. Just get a whole bunch. Whee! Without falling and getting hurt. That's another goal, because I tend to do that. I get distracted and then I fall, and then things happen, and it's just not good. Because the hell? Why? Why are these everywhere? I think this one's good too. Chop down. I do that because then if you have to chop down a tree and it's touching other trees, like this for instance, now I gotta chop all these trees down. Just because they're touching. Like this one. Touching. Goodbye, tree. And now I did all three. Oops. Fall on your knees. Angel voices. Night divine. I think we're good. Question mark? For now. I think we have enough sticks. We got all the sticks. Free piece of wood. Okie dokie, Andrew. Now we go back. Now we go back. Wow, I went in like a huge circle. Wow. Okay. Let's go do more. Hello, sir. Sticks. A lot. I want to trade you all my sticks until I can't anymore. Okay. And then I want to buy as many of these as I can. We have 9 now. Hey. Oh, I only have 24 sticks? Okay. Maybe that wasn't enough? I thought I did a whole bunch. Impromptu game. So this is where you've been hiding? What do you mean this is where you've been hiding? I don't know what you're talking about. Whee. Okay. Oh, wait. This way. I haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, I've been off. Where did he go? Where did he go? Hello? I hear him. Hello? Where did you go? Hello? Hello? I'm just trying to find my ghast who left me. I need snow boots. Where's my ghast? Where's my ghast? Where'd he be? Oh my goodness, guys, I lost him, but I hear him. Where is he at? He has to be in this area. Oh my goodness. He didn't leave a note. I know. See, I hear him. Where are you at? It's okay, buddy. I got you. Where you be? Paul the frog. Hello, hello, my friend. How are you doing? How is my beautiful friend doing today? Is it the invisible glitch? Is there an invisible glitch? I was sick yesterday, so I wasn't able to see you. Oh no! Do you feel better? You're getting ready for bed? Yay, bedtime! Guys, I don't know where he is, but I hear him! Come here! What were you doing? Come here! We found him. We're good. He's visiting the... Wait, that don't hurt. I thought that's good. Now. So you don't do this? No, 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 no. Wait, I don't have more. Hold on. I need to get in my name too. We have lots of things we have to do, you guys. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. Can I not make snowballs? How do I make snowballs? Am I not smart? Apparently I'm not smart. Just wanted to stop by and tell you that I've missed you, my friend. Aww. I'll appreciate that. I missed you all. It's been a while. Good night. Meow. Guys, we gotta make a cat tree for my cats. They're gonna go right here. That's why I need bamboo. Okay. Okay. So let me see if anyone besides Von Reich has subbed, because he resubbed. I want to see if there's anyone who's subbed that's new. So I can get their name on an item. Who wants to be the guest? Does anyone want to be a guest? Let's see. Like I said, if you sub, you get to be someone. So we got Von Reich, the doggy. We got Mike Rob, the cat. We got, we have Richie, a sheep. My brother is a trader. But yeah, if any of you guys want to be the guest, will he despawn if I don't do it right now? How do I ride him? Made me some orange chicken. Wait, that sounds so good. Hello. How do I ride him? No, I don't want to hurt him. I want to ride you. Oh my goodness. I want to put a thing on him. How do you do that? It's okay. Man. We gotta name him. Maybe he'll change if we name him. Also, I'm pretty sure all you have to do is do this to get snowballs. Does he like snowballs now? Come here! Come here! Okay, so apparently that's not working. Is he full grown now? Is that why it's hurting him? Apparently I don't know how to use a ghast. We need to apparently learn about ghasts. Okay. Apparently, I need to learn about you. But I hope you don't despawn. Should we name him? I'm gonna name him Von Reich, just because he did sub. So I guess every time you sub, you'll get to be named something, maybe? Or should we do just one person per name? I just don't want him to despawn. Hi, Richie. That would be problem. I know I need my anvil. I don't know why that was like that. There you go. Okay, that's better. Man. I don't know what to do! Let me ask and see if someone in the chat knows. Question. If I have my gas on a lead, will it despawn without a name tag? That's a good question. Also, guys, I'm so excited because I've been doing really good with not drinking sodas, but I ran out of my Zevia. So I'm currently drinking a Dr. Pepper Zero. But I think on Wednesday or Thursday, no, Sunday. By Sunday I should be able to hopefully she answers and is able to help me. Oh my goodness, what are you doing? You're not even on the bed right now. Come here. Your dad is at bowling. Smuckers, come here. Everyone wants to see you. You're the life of the party. You're the life of the party. Everyone wants you, not me. He's not even looking at me. Smuckers. How rude. Why is he so cute? Meow. Go lay on the bed. Go lay down on the bed. Okay. What's Ernest? Howdy doody. Howdy doody. He's so cute. Wool, glass, and leather. Okay. Wool, glass, and leather. I don't want to unalive a... I don't want to unalive my animals. But I do have... Well, okay. Sheep I could, you know. A sheep is easy. I could just get the wool from the sheep. Glass is pretty easy. Hi, Jeffrey! But... Why are you here? Why are you there? Fuckers, what are you doing? Here, you want in here? There, I opened it up for you. He's being weird and wants in my cupboard. Is that what you want, Smokers? Is that what you want? Are you a good boy? Are you a good boy? They want to see you, Spunkers. Go back on the cat cam. Maybe eventually he'll go back on the bed. Go on the cat cam. What are you doing? You're biting my plastic bottle. Oh my goodness, Smuckers. What am I gonna do with you, huh? What am I gonna do with you? Daddy's gonna be home soon, okay? And then you can go back in your room and leave me. Like you always do. Smuckers! Hold on, you guys. Smuckers is being a Smuckers. This It's supposed to be like that. Okay, Smucker. No. Okay, maybe he doesn't want to be on the bed. Smucker! Well, I don't know what to tell you, Smuckers. I don't know what to tell you. Smuckers! Smuckers! Oh my goodness, guys, you know what I should do? Because, Breezy is helping us. I should name the ghast Breezy and just surprise her. Hold on. We're gonna go name the ghast Breezy. Wait, guys, does Breezy stream? Do any of you guys know if Breezy streams? Keeping it breezy. Smuckers! What are you doing? What are you doing? You can't go. You can go up here. You literally messed up my chair, Smuckers. What? Whee! Okay. Let's surprise Breezy. So cute! Hey, how do I... Oh my goodness. It's so cute. Smuckers! Oh my goodness. Okay, so we can take it. We can take that off the list. Yes! Smuckers, go lay down. Go lay down, Smuckers. What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay, so that's done. That has been accomplished. Whoa. Done. Yay! Okay, now, what else? What else do we need to do? Guys, Breezy is so sweet. Okay, netherite for the stand is gonna be a while because I gotta get ancient debris, and I found some, but I gave it to my brother. You mean we have? You mean we have established that? Oh, so we can move on then? Yes, yes. Take it off the list because we did it. I gotta finish the pad though. I gotta finish this pad all the way. I need more sticks. Yes, more sticks. Okay, more sticks. And we need to plant trees because whatever you take down, you gotta replant, you guys. Save the forest. Replant trees. Plant all the trees. Okay, now we cut more down. Yeah, you like my little to-do list, Jeffrey? I got a little to-do list. Okay, let's see. That'd be nice. I'm gonna die! I thought that was only supposed to happen in thunderstorms. Not during the daytime. I don't have my one thing. Come here. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy, Smuckers. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh my goodness. I don't remember where I ran away from. I can't sleep because then all my stuff's gonna disappear. He took my boots! Okay, we're getting closer. This is so sad! I can't lose my stuff! It's not gonna happen like this. This is gonna drive me crazy. I'm trying to run away. I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Guys, this is hardcore. And he took all my stuff. If I sleep, it's all gonna disappear. I don't know what to do. This is like the worst possible thing. That is poopy. You're right, Jeffrey. Well, he has everything. Did he despawn? With all my stuff? I literally just saw him. I literally just saw him with all my stuff. Oh my goodness. I lost everything. Well, I didn't lose everything, but still. I lost my good pickaxe. I don't know where I would even put a harness if I had one. Man. Okay. It's not so wonderful over here. Okay. Please did the horse not spawn away? No? Well, now I'm gonna have to get... I can't believe that happened, you guys. That's okay. It's just things. Things get destroyed. Things happen. my goodness. Man, okay. Oh, we gotta go this way. Okay, one more. Okay, let's find the last one and bring him all the way back. Okay. Ooh. I got my fortune back too! Yay! Oh my goodness. I thought I was gonna lose that one too. And I don't remember if I was wearing my chest plate or not. But I think he got the rest. Because I lost. I gotta get more fireworks. And then. I don't remember. Cool. Okay. I saw him, but I don't know where he's at. I don't remember. But if we can find him, we have one more. Oh. No, it's becoming night. Okay. Special shout out to Breezy. Let's see. Okay, so this way. I went this way. So he should be up here if he didn't despawn. Imagine if I was not paying attention and I left the lead there. Imagine! Okay, let's see. Okay, all I see are pigs. Okay, I give up. Well, we got one of the. We were able to have one of them, so that's cool. I was hoping he wouldn't despawn. I'm just like hoping that he happened to walk this way. You know, grazing in his grass. And maybe he's over here somewhere eating grass with the pigs. Ah, I found him! I did not go through all that for you to disappear on me. Come on, let's go. You're grounded. You and your brother or sister. Yep. Well, now we have 2 horses, so if anyone wants to have a horse, I have horse. I have a horse. I have 2 horses. Okay. The horse is your favorite animal? I like him because he's a skeleton horse. It's so fancy. I got a fancy horse. Oh my goodness. He does sound weird though. Come on. Let's go. Why are you just eating grass? Come on. Wee. He'll be fine once we get him into his little pen. Soon you'll have a whole horse stable, okay? But for now, you have to go into your pen. Come on. You got this. I believe in you. You can make it. Come find your friend. Okay. Okay. We have two horses. So if you want to be a horse, you know what? I should name Von Reich one of the horses just in case. I don't want them to disappear. I always am like, what if I just leave them here? Are they gonna be here forever? Or do they despawn? You know? Like, I almost want to keep one on a lead or in boats or something. I don't know. You'll be the skeletal horse? Okay. At least if it despawns, then I'll have one. Conrex's like, I'll be the skelly horse. Oh, yeah. He's like, I got this. Okay, I need... Oh, I had it like that. Got it. Okay. I need... to name it. I'll be the test subject? Well, I know for sure if we give it a name tag, it won't despawn. So, to be safe, we're gonna name it. We're gonna name it. I can't name it! I need one level! Oh my goodness. This is ridiculous. Okay, hold on. Um... Christmas this year. You know what, actually? I'm gonna do this. It might be easier for me to find him here. How is he hitting me so far? Natural. What? Don't hit me! I was about to say, this is my natural, whatchamacallit. Holy, holy. Okay, so that solves that issue. What I'm gonna do, I'll make it a little fun. Because all this is just, you know. Okay. We're gonna do this, and then we're gonna take all of these off. I got an idea. Just remember, Doc will always be there for you. No, not Doc! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's actually another game that I do want to end up playing again. Because we saw that saved person that I started again. I just have to I gotta finish other games first, okay? I'm trying to finish games. I always don't finish games. Technically, we did finish that first save, so I'm not too focused on going back to that game until I finish my other games. You haven't played, but I've been in a game slump. Oh no, not a game slump. Those aren't fun. Those are never fun. Okay, so we're gonna start probably here. Just for now, until I get more stuff. Okay, so I need... Okay. And go all the way. Okay. So for now, this should be lovely. Because they can't jump that unless it's a spider. So, for safety reasons, but you know, if I ever need to go and get some people, maybe I'll make it like just another natural like a thing. So instead of right here where it was, maybe I'll add it like here or something. So, you know, so I can naturally have them spawned and stuff. Anyway, okay. I'm at one level finally. So now we can go name it. David is an axolotl. You can actually be named an axolotl too, you guys. Okay. We now we name it. Do do ba do ba do ba ba da. It's nighttime. We're not doing this. We're not doing no nighttime things, okay? I'm done with nighttime. Okay. Now we go downstairs. And we go name the horse. The horsey. So, you know what? It's okay. We're just gonna have tons of animals. If you sub anytime, you get to pick an animal. Okay, I gotta make sure I give it. You're a horse! And I'm gonna put the diamond armor on him once I can. Because it's not letting me put the armor on him. But I bet you can do it with other horses. I'm not on your back. I'm on this horse's back. Come on, be my friend. Be my friend. This one's my friend. Oops, sorry. I just want to give you horsey armor. Why can't you have horse armor? It's not fair. Oh. Anyway, I will get you the what's it called? The other thingy eventually here. 'Cause I don't think I have any that I remember. I had one for the piggy, I think, but that's it. I have a sniffer egg too that we need to do at one point. But I'm gonna wait till I make the animal farm, or the animal zoo. That might be fun. Make a whole animal zoo. Forget about the farm. Let's make a zoo. Okay. Let's see. I don't think I have it because it would be. It would probably be under like misc things if I had one. I have a rabbit's foot. I have a golden horse armor too. Why can't my skellies wear horse armor? I don't think I have any things for the piggies, if you know what I'm saying. I got no piggy things. No piggy stuff. No piggy thingies. Okay, so that goes there. This goes there. That goes not there. Where does that go? This goes here. I don't remember where that goes. I'm pretty sure it goes somewhere. I just don't know where. You know what? You can go right there. Okay. This has this here. Sticks can go in the sticky place. Water buckets can go in the water buckets. Egg would be under food question mark. Ooh, 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 ooh. Sign goes here, there. Gold nugget can go there. Dirt can go there. Coal can go there. Cobblestone can go there. Snow can go here. Bones, because I give them 2 doggies to have dogs, right? Should I put them in here? Because I don't know if I have something else. I have bone meal. Oh, I have bone meal. Never mind. Bone meal goes here. Okay. So that works out. Okay, there. There we go. Okay. This stays. Oak log can go with my wood. And then I need, what else do I need, you guys? I wish I had a harness thingy. I'm guessing I'm gonna put these in here until I get the other thing. That just makes me sad. I need those. You know what I could do? I'm not smart. Oh my goodness, I have quartz slabs. You know what that means? I can finish it. I could have finished it a long time ago. Wow. Watch this. Are you guys ready? I could have done this a long time ago. I want it to look nice. Are you guys ready? I could have literally done this a long time ago and finished it. It's done! Oh my goodness! Look how cute he is! And he's so happy. And he has a cute little helipad thingy. Oh my goodness! Look how cute you are! Hehehe. Breezy. Okay. I don't know what this is. Maybe to put the lead in when I'm done writing him. Her. Okay, so that's done. We've accomplished that. That can go off of our to-do list. Because it's done. Yay! We did it! Woo! Okay. Let's take that off of our list of things to do. We did it! I'm so happy. Can I move some of these over there, maybe? Or just keep them for both sides. We got to-do list, and then maybe this could be needed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That would work. Okay, so let's move netherite gear and netherite for stand. Or I'm just gonna put, yeah, well, we'll just put both here. So netherite gear or armor. And then netherite armor for stand. Okay, so that's there. So now we can take these off. So whenever I get done with something on the front, then I can move something from the back to the front of the list. I think that works. Okay, so we have that. Come true. All I want for Christmas is you. Master all traders. Golf putt-putt course. I kind of want to do one more tall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need 5 of whatever this is. Birch plank. I need 5 more birch planks if I want to do that. Or I wonder if I can put white on it, and if I do another one up there. Hold on. I might do that. Unless I have birchwood. I don't think I have birchwood though. But we will see. We will figure it out. I can't believe I had this and I wasn't even paying attention, you guys. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. Okay, sleep time. Okay, and then I need... Why do I have 10 eggs? Okay, sure, there you go. There you go. Okay, let's do... What was I gonna do? Wood. Birch. This only gives me 4 though. Let's just get another birch log. I think I have birch down there that we can get. It might be better to do that. And if I get a sapling from it, I can replant the birch. I think that would be easier. I see one right here. Okay. We're gonna do this, and then, we'll get a sapling and replant it. So. You got this. I believe in you. I got a stick. You got this. I just need one sapling. Is that too much to ask? Thank you. Okay. That is all. That's all I asked for. And then I'm gonna put you right there. And just so I have more, we're gonna do this one too. Whee! Then we'll have more. One more? One more? One more? You can do it. I believe in you. One more sapling. No. Oh my goodness. Actually, I'm gonna put it right here. Okay, so we got 2 more trees we can plant too. Yay, we're planting trees. You haven't grown yet. One there. And then we'll do one right there. Okay, sure. Sounds good to me. Guys, I'm so happy I have a beacon. Anytime I get lost, I'm like, oh, look, a huge pink thing in the air. That's where I live. And then I can go there. So it works out. Okay, no. I don't need that many. So these can go back there. And I'm just going to use this. Okay. I don't want to mess up this. How are you running that fast? My beacon. In your beacon, it has different things. So I have regeneration and speed too. So depending on what your power thing is and how many blocks you have under it is what you have. And then you can choose two for like primary and then, whatever. So pretty cool. Makes you run really fast. Okay, so now I'm gonna rename this. Needed. So this is my needed side. So we're gonna do bamboo, iron, and quartz. Okay. So all this can disappear. Whee! Guys, if you don't have a to-do list in Minecraft, what are you doing? Okay, so we're gonna do leather, and cherry wood here. And then we're gonna do mob heads. And then we're gonna go down. isn't that fun? Okay, so we got mob heads and animal heads. And then we need to move Master All Traders and Golf Putt-Putt course on the other side. Master All Traders and then Golf Putt-Putt course. Master All Traders. Master All Traders Golf Course. Oh yeah. Knows the sun. Ooh, the year. Ooh, it's that time of year. Okay. That should be good. That should be good. Okay, let's go down. Merry Christmas. Okay, so we got golf putt putt. Course. I don't remember what the other one is. Okay, so we have that, and then we need Master All Traders. Okay, there we go. So now, if we do that, it's good. And then we can do 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think I want to do this one just because it's dark. You know? Oh, that's gonna okay, I can't. Hold on. That's gonna bother me. Okay. Sing. There we go. And yeah, no, I can't. I have to make one. I can't. Nope, nope, nope. Not happening. Okay. No, why did I do that one? Okay, so my plan is eventually all of these are going to be birch. So they look nicer. So I can trade this one and then as I fill them out, I'll do that. This side is done, so I just need to do this side. I don't remember what I was gonna put there on the other side. We have to remember. Right? It was an animal farm, but I think we changed it to like a zoo. Animal zoo. Because if we're getting all kinds of animals, then might as well make a zoo and not a farm. So it was a good thing instead. Oh my goodness. Okay. Um. So yeah, I made it bigger. I can't put anything down here because this. And I was gonna make it funny and take all that down and just put like a stick in the middle so it looks like a sign. But I don't know. I don't know. Here, let's see how it looks. Just for funsies. Let's see what it looks like. I need a birch fence. Who knows? It might be fun, you know? It might be fun. I have an oak fence. Would that count? Would that work? Would that count? I think oak is pretty good, right? I don't know. I can't wait to have Zevia. Ever since I started drinking Zevia, this stuff doesn't taste as good. It's just, it's, I don't know. I enjoy Zevia better. Now, certain flavors of Zevia I don't really like, but Dr. Zevia, it's good for a healthy alternative, you guys. No, 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 no. Um, no. Hold on. We have to improve this somehow. There has to be something else I can do that. You like Coke Zero? The orange Zevia is really good, actually. I like the orange and the grape. Wait, I have tried the orange, right? I'm pretty sure I tried the orange one. I could do that, or I could do a one of those, which might be more useful. Than the other thing. You like Diet Coke, but Olipop is a good alternative. I am actually, last time I had Olipop, I almost had an allergic reaction because for some reason Olipop puts palm in one of their things or something. I don't know. It had palm in it or something, and I'm glad I didn't eat it or end up having it. I don't know. I don't know if I like it or not. Smuckers, I don't know if I like it or not. I don't know. I'm glad he's sitting back in his spot. Guys, does that look okay or should I just do the white again? I can't decide. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling right now, okay, you guys? That's how I feel. No, I'm allergic to palm. I'm allergic to the actual tree, palm trees, and I'm allergic to palm, so no hearts of palm, no sunflower, none of that stuff. Yep. Okay, I guess that's okay. I'm fine with that. Um, then I can use it if I need to. I know, it's not fun. But it's okay. It's gonna take us a while to do the shop at the spawn. Because I gotta figure out what I want to sell. I was thinking of doing all armor, or not armor, but different weapons and stuff. So I might do that. So I'm gonna put on here for needs. I'm gonna put weapons, and then I'm gonna do because I want to make a huge sword. I think that would be really cool. Weapons, and then Hi. You want pets? You want to go boys? Come here. Good boy. Oh, good boy. Oh, yes, you is. Oh, you want love. Yes, you do. You want love. Yes, you do. That's a good boy. Smuckers. He's so cute. Smuckers, they want to see you. They're not even here for me. They're here for you, Smuckers. You're famous, not me. Okay. Weapons, enchanted weapons. You're so cute. He's rubbing up on the wall. He's so cute. I wish I could show you. You're so cute. You're a good boy. Most of the time. Yes, you are. I don't have no cookies for you. This is not. This is not a live stream that gives out cookies. Okay, I sorry. I got none. I got none. I don't got any. Boom, 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 boom. Go boys. You're a good boy, aren't you? Oh, you said hi? Did you say hello? Huh? Did you say hi? Smoker says hi, you guys. You good boy. Okay, goodbye. He never wants to stay in my lap anymore. He used to all the time. Like, he is like a lap cat, okay? He would just lay there. But not right now. He wants daddy to be home. Where's your father? He wants Nama Llama home. He wants my brother home. He's like, I want dad. I don't want you. You know, you used to love me, Smokers. Did you know that? You used to. Do you still love me? Anyway. Fun fact, I'm allergic to cats, but I love them. Guys, I want to own a serval one day. Do you guys know what that is? A savannah cat? They're so pretty. It's like an African cat. Well, servals are African cats. A little savannah cat. Well, big savannah cat. They get pretty big. Especially when they got the big ears. They're so cute. Okay. Better. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay, so Nama Llama is mastered. My brother's mastered. He's You know what? We should just name the llama Nama Llama just because. Because I told my brother I name it a llama and then I accidentally named that. While we are at it, I need another level, don't I? Do I get levels for achieving any of these? Potatoes or wheat? Flint? I have flint. I can get you more sticks. Flint and sticks, huh? Flint and sticks. 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 I don't have enough. I got you. I got this. More sticks. I think that's enough, right? 34? Just like 32 sticks or something like that. Smuckers! What are you doing? Did we do it? Is he gonna be a master? Arrow of healing? Why would you want an arrow of healing? How would you do that to yourself? Is there a way to like hit yourself with arrows? Can I like give skeletons arrows and they just shoot me with healing? That'd be funny. Arrows of healing. But look, we mastered one more. So, master. I can do it. Oh my goodness. Okay, let's name a llama. Let's not accidentally click on things, okay? Let's actually name my brother correctly. Oh my goodness, I can't believe I did that still. That's crazy. Crazy. Now he can be a llama. Smokers! No! I want my brother to be him. He's a bandit. Come here. I want you all by yourself. I named my brother Llama. Nom a llama. Look, see, I kept my promise. I gave him a llama name. Who's on? Ruby and the gaming poet. 48 guys. I unalived 48 times. Okay, now. Now. Next. Okay. Next. Oh, hold on. I gotta write my friend something in Discord, you guys. You're ruining my chair. Fuckers. Go lay down. Go lay down. On the bed. What? Oh my goodness. What do you want? Huh? You guys should see this. Come here. I'm trying to get him on my lap by himself. If he does it by himself, he'll lay down. Smuckers! You good boy! Are you good boy? Come here. Up. If I had cookies, he'd come up. Come here. I'm trying to get him on my. Back up a little bit. Don't rub on the mic. They don't want to hear you. I don't know what he's doing. He keeps on jumping up and back down. And he's trying to be really sweet for some reason. I want him to jump back up. Rafi! Hello! I'm doing good. Come here, Spunkers! Come here! Trying to get my brother's cat back up here. He jumped down again. Smoker! Meow! Meow meow! Meow meow meow! Come here! I'll give you pats and love if you come up here. You can come up here. How was your Thanksgiving on Thursday? It was really good. My brother came down to visit. And then, my brother just left. He was staying with my grandma because my grandpa died, which is why I haven't really been live. That on top of just spending time with the family because I've had a lot of family here. My aunt came down and my brother came down for Thanksgiving time, so we visited a lot and just spent time with family. Yeah. So yeah. Smuckers, come here. Come here, Smuckers. Maybe if I do this, he'll hop back up. I don't know. I wanted you guys to see Smokers again. Smokers! Alright, so... Master... 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 Novice... Master... 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 Apprentice... That's like barely nothing! Why are you so expensive? Why are you guys so expensive? Oh, you're a master. Why did I do that? So, I need the fisherman to be mastered. You buy anything for Black Friday? I bought deodorant. Cheaper. I bought stuff I needed, okay, you guys? Be smart with your Black Friday. Don't just buy stuff just because. Buy stuff that you need. Huh. That's right. Yeah. Okay, so basically the farmers and the fishermen need to be mastered. Basically. Basically, it's closing time. Closing time. Do 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 do. Closing time. What about you? How was your Thanksgiving? Did you buy anything for Black Friday? Guys, anyone who is in the chat right now, tell me what you did for Thanksgiving and what you did, what you ate, and if you went Black Friday shopping. That is all you buy at Black Friday. It was nothing else. What do you like? I like a lot of things, but I bought what I needed. So, okay, Smuckers, you're not gonna come back here, obviously. You're laying on the ground next to me instead of on my lap because you're a weird cat. That's right, I said it. Okay. Okay, so it's a very specific deodorant. It's from Carpe, and it's the coconut one. Coconut vanilla. I like it because any other deodorant I use irritates me because of allergies. Or for whatever reason, I don't like it. I sweat easily. And with the Carpe, I don't sweat at all. I love it. So if you're someone who sweats easily, Carpe, I'm not sponsored by the way, go to. I would rather spend more money on that than buy really cheap deodorant that just don't work. So once you buy something that you really like, you stick with it. So for me, it's Carpe. Like I have the cheaper one from Native, and I just don't like it at all. It 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 bothers my skin, but it's natural, and I've been trying to go more natural. So Carpe it is. You slept all day on Thanksgiving? I mean, resting on Thanksgiving sounds good. What was I doing? This is why I have a to-do list, you guys. My Thanksgiving was good, so having nothing for Thanksgiving, so I just stayed home and played some video games. Ooh, what video games did you play? I have buy nothing at Black Friday at all, so yeah, I buy nothing. Okay, okay. I mean, saving money is good too. Oh yeah, we're trying to master the traders, but I need to get more emeralds to master them or fish. I think I have fish, so I could do that, but I need more emeralds anyway. Like I said, this one's gonna be a while. I'm not in the mood to build the gazebo or windmill today. Oh, I need to do the cat tree. But I need bamboo for that. And I don't know where bamboo's at. Bamboo, number one on my list of things I need. Okay. Oh, I know what to do. No, I already have it here. Let's see if we have any donations here or at the mailbox today. We haven't been there for a while. Oh my goodness, guys, did you see? Were you here when my little ghast? Breezy helped me with the ghast. So I named it Breezy just because she helped me. Breezy! Oh my goodness, it's so cute! And she made it pink for me! But we finished that. I'm so excited. Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Wildlands and the Ghost Recon Breakpoint. Okay. How was it? Did you enjoy it? Guys, what other video games do you like? Like, like playing, like watching? I'm interested. Alright, so this is the mini mailbox donation thingy. I am not wearing any gold. So quartz, leather, iron, animal, mobs, bamboo, cherry wood. That's things I need. Donation box. But if you go down this way, all the way down, I need gold. You're enjoying it, and how it, it's nice games to play, and I really like it. It's a very good game to play. Okay, nice. Yeah, row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Whee! Okay. So this is the mailbox. You get it? Because it's a big mailbox. I'm next to my brother. And it's not lit, so that means I have nothing in here. If it's lit, that means there's stuff in here, you know? So, fun stuff. Pretty cool, if you ask me. Just in case I want to buy anything, let's go shopping, shall we? I do like to go shopping. Even though I never know where places are. Like, ever. Minecraft again? Yes! Mondays, Minecraft, Mondays. Watch, look, look, look. Okay, here's my schedule, you guys. Mondays are Minecraft, Tuesdays are Mech Arena, Wednesdays Palia, Thursday is Stardew Valley, Friday is Friendship, Gaming with Friends, Saturday is my Sabbath day, and then Sundays is Tiki Talk Live. So I'm not live on the weekends on here. Oh, Mike Rob, thank you for subbing with Prime. What mob would you like to be named after? We have a skeleton horse, we got cows, pigs, sheep, we got villagers. Pick a mob. Pick a mob and you get named it. The thing is, really, the people really having been making a PS4 video game, but the people really have. Okay, so people's been making PS5 video games. Okay. You don't understand the question. Pick a villager or an animal. You know how I named your cat? Like you're named the cat. Mike Rob is the cat. Now you get to pick something else because you subbed. Every time someone subs, they get their name. Or you do something amazing. Then I do that. But yeah. So you get to be either an animal or a villager. So pick one. You can be an axolotl, cow, sheep, horse, pig. I do have a cat. I do have another cat. The only thing is, Mike Rob, is I don't. It's gonna be hard naming two things right next to each other, but I can. If you want a cat, I can have two cats. Your name. But don't forget. I want to name all the cats after me. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, I guess you're a Maybe you could make the schedule go away. Oh, sorry! Oh my goodness! Guys, why didn't you tell me sooner? Stop being distracted. Guys, look. Okay, look. This is Ruby. And then she found these. She said, found these around my shop, thought they were new skelly traps, but turns out not. That's so funny. Anyway. Well, hello, you guys. Wait, can I take your, You don't have permission! Oh, I was like, can I have your, this, if they're not claimed? I just want the saddle. I'll take a saddle. I'll take a saddle! No, they're skeleton horses! You could have been named a skeleton horse, but you'd rather be a cat, Mike Rob. But I have one of these at my house. So. Anyway, okay, let's go buy stuff. I like buying things. Buying things are fun. Oops, this way. I just want the chaos of all the cats sharing my name. I only have 2 cats right now. And I don't know if you can name mob heads. I know you can name the mobs themselves, but not the mob heads. A slime block. I gotta find a new spot for the thing. Because, you know, he's not there no more. I found him. I found Nemo. I never go in here because I can't read these. But if they have what I need, I may look at this craziness of colors. No one keeps up their stashes. Hence all the cats. Yes. Well, they have pie. Ooh, I can buy this. 1 diamond per stack. Okay. Bam. You have any other thing? You just got spruce. That's it. That's all you own is spruce. Okay. Next. Hey, what is this? More ores coming soon. Prices. Copper 32, iron 16, gold 16, redstone 16. You don't got iron. Okay. That's oh my goodness, look at the little how do I make those? Must have been a crazy Black Friday sale. I guess so. Oh my goodness, that would have been so fun to like knock down all your prices because it's Black Friday. Oh my goodness, but I wasn't playing during that time, so. Oh. 3 heads for 1 diamond. I have these ones already. When are you gonna get new heads? I want more heads. That sounds so funny. 2 for 1 diamond. Mix and match. Well, you don't have any 64 stacks, so. Corner clearance. 1 diamond for 3 stacks. Tools. 1 diamond each. Books. 2 for 1 diamond. Why is everything sold out? I want mob heads. Why does the creeper have a Santa Claus? Okay. Interesting. I don't need food. Up ladder. Down ladder. Up ladder. I'm up the ladder. Cactus. Berries of pain. Glow berries. Milk bucket. 4 iron. Water 1 iron. Sugar craving. Pickled for you. Now my paws are sour. 6 iron. Sea pickles. I don't. The only thing I would buy is a milk bucket, but I don't have 4 iron. I have 4 iron. Okay, hold on. I just want buckets that has everything. And I know I could milk my cows, but it's just easier to do that. Because I like to buy things. Yep. Buying things are fun. Barbecue, sit, and eat food next to the fire. Ah, the crackling of the fires. 1 iron for stack. Enjoy. Potatoes! 1 iron! I guess I could eat some potatoes right now and enjoy them next to the fire. But let's see what else. Veggies, I know. Healthy food, minerals, vitamins, 6 iron. Okay. Fruit, your apple a day keeps the doctor away. New player? Then free bread. I'm not new anymore, darn it. Cookies needed with love. Gold, it's so shiny. Protein, high meat, gain mob kill muscles, 1 diamond. Golden spoon and chopsticks. Sorry. It's too stiff. I don't know why that was so funny. I love all the names you came up with. That's so funny. Oh my goodness. Now I got 32 potatoes. But I don't got no. You know what? I'm donating wood. There you go. Have fun. Now we enjoy the baked potatoes next to the fire. Smuckers! He's not home yet. He's not. I don't know what to tell you. He's not home. I forgot to message you back about the music thing. You did message me. You said, oh, well, I did ask why, and you didn't message that back. Smuckers! Come here! People want to say hi to you. They don't want to see me. They want to see you. Yes. I'm trying to get him up here. Come here. Come here.
just making sure. I figured he didn't escape somehow.
You want your cat, he wants you.
Only after you smell this.
Ooh, that smells good. What perfume is
It's
that?
only $177 for 1 ounce.
For 1 ounce?
If you want 2.7 ounces, it's $235.
Look. I put up my webcam just for smokers.
Oh, smell this one.
Ooh, that one's nice.
That one's $138 for 1.7 ounces.
I love how you're just smelling perfumes in a thing you got and you have no idea what it's from.
That was the only cool thing. That and this.
Perfume.
They're all special items.
Scan the shop.
No, you're supposed to see. I was just flipping when I'm looking at them. There's like a different item on them.
Oh, so you don't get one?
I don't think so. But I mean, what I'm saying is this is yours, but you should start scrapbooking with them.
Scrapbooking?
Like you can make like little things. I'll show you. My friend does something cool with this. Look how cute.
Aww,
There's 2 pages of little cheetahs. Oh wait, this cheetah. Isn't that cool? What if you put his head on a person?
On a person?
Yeah, I gotta show you this thing, okay? You should keep this because I don't need it. But I just thought you should smell the perfume because you might have missed it. Mr. Smuckers, I wanted you to be in there when I came home. I was wanting hugs and you weren't in there.
I took him.
No, don't leave. He doesn't love me.
Well, I made half of them. I was enjoying the fire. Oh, Mike Rob says he loves you.
Hi, Mike Rob, I love you.
Did you see your gift?
Yes.
Okay.
I did. I saw it before I left too, but I couldn't like do anything. So
I'll just rub the scratch and sniff sample on my body.
Perfect. I mean, it's a women's perfume, that one, but you know.
There's a cologne that smells like Fruity Pebbles, but it's $300.
No,
yes, Jeffrey, it is normal armor.
The stuff you have is like Fruity Pebbles.
Huh?
There's the stuff that you have that smells like Fruity Pebbles. I don't know what.
Yeah, but that's definitely not that much money.
Well, it's better if it's cheap and it still smells like Fruity Pebbles.
One of my things smells like Fruity Pebbles?
I think so, from what I remember.
You don't remember?
I'll be right back with my phone. I have to show you.
I guess I could turn off the smucker cam since he left me. Smucks. See guys, I have a little smucker cam just for him. I guess I do. I don't know. I love perfumes and cologne, so I have a lot. You want to see what I did?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll
have to get there. Because right now I'm shopping.
My friend does things on Instagram, and you could do it too.
You want to know what happened? So I guess there was a thunderstorm that I didn't know about, but I was out during the daytime, right? Okay. And I came across a whole thing of horses on skeletons. I was like, oh, I can beat them real quick and then get them while I died. And then I had to keep going back 5 billion times. And I kept on dying and unaliving. And then Breezy saved me. Oh. And then got all my stuff back and helped me. If I ever find a lady who is not Vicky that smells like Fruity Pebbles, I'm marrying her. That's funny. Oh, I need to buy fireworks real quick. Do you know where they're at? That's why I came here for. Main reason.
Yes. Okay, so there's a few places you can technically get them, but I would check this place with the secret hole underneath.
The secret room? I don't remember where that's at.
That building, the one you're looking right at.
I love how I was like, I don't remember it's that. I'm heading straight towards it.
And if it's not here, then there's another spot maybe. But it should be right here. I don't know which ones are.
What's the difference of tiers?
Don't get the other ones make you fly longer, but it's literally like not worth usually. Is there any in the top left box? The other thing is the giant creeper. The giant creeper might be good too.
1 stack. That's not bad. You're you getting a flying fork? No, fireworks, not flying forks. What is this? So I can do this. I'm skilled. Oh, llama has a flying fork. The simple.
Flips out stuff.
Oh.
Very comfortable. Just make things.
Interesting. So it's like a collage.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
She just
I
does
made
this
that
and posts
before,
it, and she has.
but I did in school.
But I figure if I'm getting those things for free, this is the thing I think you'd enjoy more than I would.
Oh.
This is a memory verse on it. She actually did this too.
Proverbs 27. The righteous man walks in his integrity. His children are blessed after him. And it's a bunch of men.
Cool. But yeah, that's what she does. It's just she has her own account for this. This TV guy with a head, with his eye has a head.
Hold on. I gotta focus here. More. Your distraction is their pleasure.
Yeah, but yeah, that's what she does on this account. It's Ratzo Crafts.
This is what you have to focus on. Yes, flying.
And that's like the newest one. She just puts stuff together and just sticks it all together and makes stuff out of it. So, like, if you have a blank like notebook, you would just put it on the paper and just cut out things and glue them. And all you need is glue stick and some freaking glue.
Hey, you know about this, right?
She made a face.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I do know about that.
I need to show you my art. I did that in high school before.
Well, you got so many. Every time I get one of those, I'm just gonna do it to you, so you have stuff to do it with.
I love that. It's so easy. Okay, let me show you what we did.
You have to fly through my place or walk and experience the scary.
What?
You have to walk through the
This is on, but I can't hear you, and it's maxed. So I should be able to hear you here.
Me?
Yeah.
Through you?
Yes.
Well, because I'm farther away.
Oh, maybe. But usually I hear mom and dad. So I don't know. Yes, this is what I have to focus on. Okay, so I didn't know how to work a guest, so Breezy came over and donated that.
I still have yet to do that. All I know is you gotta water them.
But if he comes down here,
You need to ride down.
her name is Breezy because I named since Breezy
name.
helped me.
That's a good name too. There it is.
Yeah.
How easy are they to fly?
Pretty easy.
They're pretty slow though, right?
Yeah, but they're in a I'm attached right now.
Yeah, of course.
So it stays. But I finished the little helipad.
Oh, they go on the ground for you so you can get off safely? That's nice.
That's cool. Not as cool as two cats though. Oh, right. I gotta name your cat. Hold on. Every time someone subs, you get a cat. But I gotta show you something.
The next thing I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna tinker a charged creeper head farm.
Okay, so I got these today. And then I finally did it.
Wow, you made me look like a thief.
Well, it was either that or pink, purple thingy.
I got like a scary stealing mask
I wanted
on.
you to have the cool mask. He's a superhero.
I look like a bandit.
I thought you were a superhero.
I'm gonna stick with the superhero thing.
Yeah.
Maybe I am a bandit. But I don't feel so.
But yeah, so I got you, Richie. He wanted to be a sheep, and then I got Von Wright again, and then could have made him a loot llama. A loot llama! Oh my
Put some
goodness!
chests on me, you know?
You can do that?
Yeah, you can make him carry
How?
chests.
You just add chests onto him?
Kind of.
Wait, tell me how. Do you want to be him?
I mean, I don't really care what I am.
Oh, well then I'm keeping that.
I don't really Want stuff to carry.
Okay,
I already
well
have to
then.
carry myself. That's heavy
But
enough.
when I get a different llama, can you teach me how to do that?
I don't even remember.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure you just like click on them with the chest.
apparently, Microbe wants to be all the cats.
Okay.
But yeah, guys, if you want to be an animal or a mob, you just, we got
I
plenty
want to
of
be a charged
animals.
creeper.
Um,
I need charged creeper.
okay, well for that you'd have to sub. I gave you 2 free
You'll give me a
things.
charged creeper if I sub? That's
I
a lot
don't
of
know
work.
how to get a charged creeper, but
Yeah,
I'll
I'm just
figure
saying
it
charged
out.
creeper because it's really hard. You have to get a creeper to get struck by lightning.
Guys, see, look, I accidentally named him. He was supposed to just be a llama, but I
I
accidentally
can't
named him as a
look what
trainer.
he sells. Okay, just talk about
You're a master.
it. He's a stinker guy.
Yep. But yeah, you could be named any of these villagers or the librarians, you guys. Or you can be an animal. I'm gonna make a zoo. So I was actually thinking of making, like, just all the mobs and different things. That would be really fun.
I was doing that for a while.
Just give me more...
Do you not have Pokeballs? You gotta buy them with your stuff. In the app underneath, you just gotta go to the
I even have commands. You can use commands too.
Yeah,
I have a thingy in my About Me section. But it's easier to go to the widget in my About Me section. But if you want to do it by commands, you can do that as well. But yeah, I just wanted to show you that. Did you take ibuprofen? Take ibuprofen.
No, I was gonna do it right before I left.
Do you need for upset stomach with it?
No.
Okay. Well then.
Take like 2.
Yes, sir. Give me more Pokeballs. That doesn't work, Mike Rob. If you're in pain, go to bed. They'll understand. Okay, well, don't be lazy, but you're in pain, so you have an excuse tonight.
I'm always in pain. I'm in Spain without the S.
Look, this is my list. I did it. So the to-do list is up here of everything we're doing. Look, Mike Rob's getting a cat tree for his cats.
Okay.
And then on the back, I changed it to items I need. So these are just things I need.
Okay, chat. The quote for today is I'm in Spain without the S.
The only person that used to do quotes was Misha, and she's not here anymore.
I know.
I miss Misha. I know.
I didn't even get a response last time.
Misha was the best the best mod ever.
Problem is, I'm texting.
I do have to name one of my black cats Misha, though.
I'm texting Amish people, and they don't respond because they don't use technology.
Amish?
Yeah.
Is she living with Amish now?
She lives in Amish country, and the people that take care of her are probably Amish. I'm surprised they have phones.
Why.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
That's why there's nothing. It's like, how do you get an Amish person to text back?
You mail them, like the olden days.
Well, that's what they.
Well, if you have it, I'll mail her something and see if she gives me mail back.
Because when you're playing baseball, it's swing in Amish.
Go to bed. Wait, look at this. I didn't tell him to go to bed. I told him to get medicine for his pain that he's in. There's a difference, my friend.
If I get medicine
and I told him not to go live. I didn't say he'd have to go to bed. Send a letter by owl. Okay, this is not Hogwarts. Guys, I spend too much time with my brother.
Well,
we're like twins.
Wowie.
Wowie. What was I doing? Guys, I think this is actually a good time to take a break. or
if I ever get one of these laptops to work.
3 hours? How was I live that long?
If I ever get one of these laptops to work, I'm gonna send it to Ty, and I'm gonna send a potato peeler with it.
Yes! Guys, Ty's gonna get a laptop if my brother can get it to work. I said if he can get it to work.
One of them doesn't work because it needs batteries.
A battery?
the battery, but then also there's a thing where the left side of it's kind of like popping out. Weird. I have a really stinky laptop at work.
Okay. I don't know why I have milk. Oh yeah, because I bought milk.
Wait, do you have any old bowling balls you want me?
I have one bowling ball, and that's the only one I use.
I'm trying to figure out because I want to see if I can have Mike practice with a bowling ball because he wants to try it. I said, well, you can't use the house balls; they're gonna work.
Yeah, no.
And then he was trying to throw my ball, and his thumb hole needs to be bigger. And
I'm sorry, Mike Rob. I was telling people all night to ask to clip things. Okay, I'm sorry.
3 hours.
I appreciate you. He doesn't like Minecraft, but he watches because I play it.
You don't like Minecraft?
He says I make it fun. Or he would never watch it.
I watch Minecraft. I just don't like playing it.
I like building
I don't like
things.
building. That's the thing I don't like building.
I like building
That's
things.
the only thing I don't like. But everybody wants me to build, and I'm like, oh.
Well, you made a huge Oreo.
I should
You're kind of famous for that.
I'll just make. Well, that's not what I'm trying to get famous for. That's for sure. And at least Oreo could have said something because we know they saw it. They just didn't.
Yeah, that's sad.
How am I gonna make a giant Oreo with 44,000 blocks?
Right?
And they don't even look there. Do you know how much you know how many people bought Oreos after that because they wanted them?
A lot.
They owe me infinite Oreos for the rest of my life. That's what I'm saying. Lifetime supply.
Lifetime supply of Oreos.
You know what? I'm just gonna do it.
You're gonna do it?
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Okay.
Because I'm supposed to and I need to.
Don't complain that you're in pain.
Oh, I will.
What are you playing?
I don't know. I might play Mech Arena and then switch to Minecraft.
You hear that, you guys? Mech Arena and then Minecraft.
I want to do my quests. Those two things, if you can, then try for them unless you don't have any of
Oh, I need to do that before.
So Revoker 6.
Okay. Well, if you're going live, you need to hurry so I can
if you don't have credits,
raid you.
Don't do it.
What?
If you don't have credits, don't do it. But if you have A coins, Surge is like the best method.
Surge? Okay.
Yeah, but don't do it unless you have.
If I can log into my old Minecraft account, it would be legally be adult age. Wow, 18 years. That's crazy. You didn't mind playing it 18 years ago. Oh. Oh. Well.
It gets better with age.
Yeah, it gets better with age.
I know like 70-year-old people that play it.
Yep. Yep. Yup. Well, I guess we'll wait till my brother gets on and then I'll read out. I guess. I need to do the things and the stuff in Mech Arena, but we're playing that tomorrow, so I can't do it on live stream. You guys have to wait till tomorrow. Okay. Let's go in here. Okay, he said he was going on anyway. If he's going on anyway, I'm gonna read my brother, okay? I'm a nice sister. Okay. Look at my wonderful collection of cat heads. Yeah, if I get an all black cat, that's gonna be named Amisha. And real quick, actually, I'm gonna name Misha. So when I do have a black cat, then I can name it Misha. Actually, I don't need that. Okay, so let's do that real quick. The nicest sister. Aw, thank you, Jeffrey. Yeah, guys, don't leave yet. We're raiding. You're gonna watch him play Mech Arena and you're gonna like it. And then you're gonna watch him play Minecraft. Guys, we have to. Misha. We miss Misha. Misha was an amazing mod. She used to clip all the time. She was the best. I miss her. Now I guess she lives in Amish country. Milk for kittens. Oh my goodness! I need to put that with the others. Where's this? Okay. At least you know she's eating good. Right. I love going to. There's a place down. If you ever go to Florida and go to like Sarasota area and Parish area, there's two Amish places you can eat at, and one of them is called Yoder's, and then the other one is Der Dutchman or something. And one of the places, I think it's Yoder's, but I'm not completely certain. You'd have to look online. But one has a second story building that has all these things you can buy, which is really cool. And then downstairs they have like a bakery where you can buy goods and little things and stuff. And then they have a buffet style where you can like do like buffet style. It's so good. Highly suggest it if you're ever visiting. Okay, so we did that. So Misha will be named when we get a black cat. If you ever come to Ohio, we have a whole area called Amish country. They sell all their stuffs there, or you can. Yeah, Swag was telling me about that. My dad's like, you need to paint again and sell your paintings. I was like, well, you're right. I have no. Other than I've been cross stitching and working on Christmas presents. Um, I. Other than that, I haven't been doing much. You have a whole bunch of it. Ooh, wow. Amish soap. Yeah, homemade stuff, the best. Like if you go to markets and buy homestead stuff and like go to those places, they're so good. Okay, so I think for now we're gonna hello. Oh, I was like, why can't I walk through the door? I literally have buttons and a plate, pressure plate thingy. Painting isn't something you can do without inspiration, though. I know. Okay, see, when you were talking about music stuff, I totally feel you because I get in like an era of like art, and right now my hobby is cross stitching. But like, I don't know. I just have to be really like inspired to do something, and when I'm painting, it's like whenever like it just comes and happens, and I'm like, oh, okay, paint. But you know, but yeah. So yay, the door works. I need that. What is that? Glow ink? Glow ink? That's what that's called. I need glow ink. Glow ink for what's it called? Signs. Right? That's what you do for that? I think I'm gonna start making stuff. The Bible Project videos we watch. Content like that. Oh my goodness, that would be awesome. You should do that, Mike Rob. That'd be really cool. Do like little devotional type stuff or whatever, or you know, that type of stuff. That'd be really cool. Okie dokie. I think we are good. I think we're good. You're literally gonna have one cat that's Amisha, but I'm gonna bring her up to the other area. So this house can have all you, and then in the other thing I'll have her, or I'll put her on top of this or something, or like right there or something. I don't know. She'll be like different. I can't catch you. Why? Why didn't you buy Pokeballs? I think it's let's see. Pokeballs. That command doesn't again. Buy Pokeballs. Buy Ultra Ball. Buy Ultra Balls 1. I don't know. I'm really bad at the commands too. But you can see the commands on my About Me section. So funny. Oops, I gotta take smokers off. This cam too. He's on all the cameras. He's on this camera. He's on my start camera. He's in my ending camera. He's in my game. Well, he's not there now. He's in my gaming camera. So, if that worked, that would be crazy, Mike Rob. Oh my goodness. That would be crazy. I'm trying to say have an amazing night. Okay. No. Exit. Exit. Disconnect. Ads, not the ads. Oh no. 1 minute? That's crazy, you guys. It's okay. We won't raid out until you guys come back. Let's see. I wonder who we should raid. I'm just kidding, you guys. We're not gonna do it yet. Don't worry. I'm just preparing us. Okay. I don't think he's even on yet. Bruh. While Namalama is offline, check out Poe Class. Wow. I'm not reading all that, but happy for you. That's crazy. I can't believe you did that with that video. That's crazy. Wow. That's crazy. What does hurry up and get on mean? Well, to be fair, I was having trouble reading the video. I think it's because of the color blindness. Oh, do you want me to read it for you? Here, I'll read it for you while we're waiting for my brother. Are you ready? Let me turn down my music so you guys don't get blasted with the TikToks. Okay, so, it said, when he puts God first, likes coffee dates, Bible studies, boiled peanuts on the beach, hiking, healthy eating, animals, the color teal, drones, and photography, kingdom minded ministry together, musicals, will let me decorate the house, Shows 1 Corinthians 13 verses 4 through 8. Likes to read. Wants kids. Praying for me. Loves God first. Music. Had to find God to find me. Pokemon Go. Likes to travel. No phones out at dinner unless taking pictures of the food. Will do vlogs with me. Won't leave me because of my health issues. Will cook with me. Yep. I actually know where you can find a guy with all that. I wonder who. And your dream. That's crazy! You said in your dreams, but that's crazy. But literally, he is in my dreams. That's crazy, Mike Rob. Oh my goodness. Bro. Jeffrey, why isn't my brother alive yet? What? Not even in my dreams? Sorry, Jeffrey. Jeep, the sheep? The chefy chef Jeep? Nama llama! You're fired. Guys, I'm trying to be patient, but I'm like, I have a really hard time waiting. I need to work on that. Hey, I did not pray to God for patience, okay? I don't need to have opportunities to be patient. Full transparency, the last time I dreamed about a girl, you were there. Was there another girl there? But that's because it was at Bear's wedding? Oh my goodness! Wait, was I with someone else? How dare you fire your own brother? I don't remember that all. So you don't know if a certain someone, like my future husband, was with me at the wedding? All you remember is that I was there? Wow. Wow, Mike Rob. Hey now, this is what dreams are made of. Family fires family pretty frequently. Yeah, and it's really sad. It wasn't even at the wedding, it was just chilling at the Airbnb. Yeah, but if my future husband was coming with me, he would be at the Airbnb with us all. Duh. It'd be you. What? Who's it gonna be? You, me, Kichi, Joshua, Eden. Wag will maybe visit, but he's not actually gonna be there. You and Kichi were making breakfast, and I somewhat helped. I'm gonna make breakfast with Kichi. I love Kichi, you guys. Oh my goodness, that's so exciting! I can't wait. Guys, my friend's getting married next year in like October. And I have to travel all the way to California. California looks good on ya. All proceeds go to saving up for that. Because it's gonna cost money, you guys. It's gonna be like $300, possibly flying. Then it's gonna be like $250 for the Airbnb. So I might as well just save up $600 plus food and helping with that. So that's gonna be at least $50. So like, might as well save up $600. just to be safe. Or 650, 700, 800. I don't know. I want to go to my friend's wedding. I'll be getting some sleep soon. It was nice chatting with you, Pokeballs. Enjoy your night. Oh, thank you so much for being here. It's so good to see you, Rafi. Okay. My brother of a white Christmas. Just like my brother should be online. When is he gonna get on? So I can get off and go to sleep at a good time. Oh my goodness, David! I need to make you a I need to make you a mod. While I remember. Hello, welcome in. Thank you so much for subscribing. Oh my goodness! Wait, David. What? I've been running around town, but I wanted to say hi. Okay, what? I'm playing Minecraft. I have to open it again. But do you want to be an animal or a villager? I have axolotls, I have cows, chickens, sheep, I have a skeleton horse, and I have library villagers, or I have um other villagers. No, you're not allowed. Just go eat something and come right back. I'll wait till you come back. How do I mod you? It should let me. Hold on. This isn't Minecraft. I'm talking real quick. Scotty Waddy? Welcome in. I'm literally was about to raid out and raid my brother, but he's not live yet. He's taking forever. Okay, hold on. Will this work? It worked! I do have a brother. And you know him. Okay, let's open up Minecraft real quick because I have to name David an axolotl. You know what's funny? I think you're already an axolotl, but I think it's like Joe or something. I don't know if I named it David or um or kept it Joe. Hold on, let me see. I think it's David. I think you already have an axolotl named David. You have a great night too. Oh my goodness, you're the coolest. Today I got 97 cents from a lawsuit against. Oh, really? That's funny. How did that happen? Hold on. Oh my goodness, I want you to see the I want you to see the I want you to see it real quick. Okay. Hold on. Let's get I gotta get more name tags soon. Okay. Let's name this real quick so David can be so he can go pick his friend up from work. While we're waiting for my brother, might as well play more. I'm supposed to go to bed by 12, you guys. I have my own bedtime that I made, okay? And I still got other things to do. Okay. How do I need one again? How I need to go leveling. I need to go get levels. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. Let me go find something I can defeat real quick. Anytime I see a classic action available for anything, I sign up. Oh snap! I got like 2 minutes. Hold on, I'm multitasking because I'm supposed to be opening up Mech Arena real quick, and I have 2 minutes to do what my brother told me to do. Ah, so much stuff. Okay. While we wait for a mob. Pokey catch. It looks so pretty. Okay. He said it's in the shop. I'm literally gonna get it. He said, "Is it the crate? What am I getting? I don't know what he told me to go get. What am I getting, brother? What am I doing?" All I see is Silverhorn Legendary. But that's not what he told me that I'm getting. I don't think it's in the gear hub either. I gotta get one level so I can name your thing. Feliz Navidad. Feliz Navidad. Okay, Blackhorn, Eclipse, Scorpius. That's not what he told me. Okay, what am I trying to get? I don't know what he told me to get. He said something. What did he say? Okay, it's not there. Come on, you guys. You know you want to come up here. New special crate. Surge. Okay. Open. 350. Okay, so we're trying to get this guy, I guess. Surge. So let's see if we get him. I was so close. I was so close. That's crazy. I was one away. No one caught Yamper. Rigged the Pokemon game hates. You know what? This game. I was one away from getting him. I need 300 of that. Hold on. I bet I can trade those for these. Maybe. Hold on. Usually there's a thing, like you can get like a crate or something, and then it will give you those things. But I don't see it. Okay, maybe I can't get it. Guys, I was so close to trying to get it. And I don't have any more. Hello? Where are you guys at? I literally. Do I have to go way down here? Hello? She might be out here any minute, but I'll check the VOD if I miss it. Oh, I'm trying to get a level, but nothing's popping up. 350. Come on, something pop up. Okay, let's see. I want to get it. Hello. It's super dark. They should just appear. There we go. I just need one level. One level. Come here. You know what? I'm gonna work because usually they come when you're working, right? Or be like, oh yeah. So if I be working, you know, like I've been working on the railroad, you know, maybe they'll spawn because I'm like doing stuff, you know? See my thought process here? Like, oh. More places to spawn because I'm doing this, you know? I don't know. Pull, 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 pull. Is he on? Is he on? Is he on? Hi, Blow Bear. I just need one more. Enderman. Okay, hold up. Wait a minute. I got this. Where did you go? No, he is getting on. He said he was getting on. I am waiting for my brother to get on so I can read out. I'm being a nice sister and, you know, trying to... I don't know where... We're not gonna talk about this, okay? No, Blowware, don't talk about it. You're not allowed. Nope, not allowed. Not allowed. You're not allowed. I need 1 level. Is that too much to ask? Is that too much to ask to get 1 level? 1 little level. Is that too much? Huh? 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 Where you at? No! You literally clipped that! Out of everything I was doing today, that's what you decided to clip. Okay. New thought process real quick. This is redonkulous. All I'm doing is trying to get 1 level so I can name David an axolotl so I can raid my brother whenever he decides to get on. And an Enderman gets me. I'm just telling you. Oh my goodness, it's a bunny. He literally jumped to his unalivement. Did you guys see that? The bunny literally just jumped off the cliff and was like, peace out, home scout. That's crazy. I'm gonna take my frustration out on you. Bunny nap? What does bunny nap mean? Bunny unalivement, maybe? That's what he did. He went peace out, home scout. I don't know where quartz is. How am I supposed to find quartz? Where's the quartz at? Where's the quartz? Where's all the quartz at? Hello. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Ah, quartz! How do we get there? Hold on. If I go down here and then go this way. I need all the quartz. I need one lever. That's all I need is one lever. I just want to make sure I didn't do something unsmart here, okay? Bro, why would you do that? That's not smart. Go away. Ooh, learn. Okay, now. Let's go down here safely. And then get the rest of my quartz. And I got 4 levels! Yes! Thank you, bloatware. Okay, now. Now we go back up. Nah, Llama is trolling at this part. Actually, I don't know if he's actually on or not yet. I'm in his chat. Reloading. Auto-closing. What are you auto-closing, Twitch? You shouldn't be auto-closing nothing. Brother! Okay, no. You clipped the bunny too? That's great, bloatware! Oh my goodness! Bloatware, do you like helping people? Do you want to help Microb do something? No, right now it's volunteer, but one day I would like to pay people, you know. Um, so this could potentially one day, you can make money from it. Okay, let's see. Name tag. Now we can finally name David. Guys, just a reminder. Oh, you sure Nom hasn't touched a pillow or something? I'm about to go find out. That's what I'm about to do. Bloatware. Because, guys, when he touches a pillow, it's done for. Okay, now. Oh, wait. We're naming an axolotl. Got it. Wait, hold on. Diamond. Silk. Okay. I'm about to make a trapdoor, but last time I made a trapdoor, they got stuck, but I probably made it wrong. So I do this. And then I go find an axolotl, and then see that's shrimp. David, Martin, Lillian. Oh my goodness, do I not have another axolotl? No, Martin, you cannot escape. Darn it. David, are you still in here? I can't name an axolotl. Can you build a Lowe's? Probably not. I probably couldn't. I probably couldn't do that. I'm not that skilled. Valak. Not that skilled at all. Okay, now let's see. I have one more chance to get Surge. Are you ready? Surge! 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 No! I don't want no parts thing. I want Surge! Why? I wanted Surge. Surge is so cool, you guys. Aw, you have a blessed night too, Andrew. Okay, I don't know what to do because Dave is not in here. He's picking up someone. But I need to name him something. Unless we go on a axolotl hunt while we're waiting on my brother. But knowing me, I'd probably unalive. And then that wouldn't work out very well. Oh well, let's do it. Let me put everything up so I'm somewhat safer. Guys, this might be a very big mistake. Because I get lost easily. But at least I have fireworks. Oh yeah. I got fireworks. And I know where Lush Cave is, and I actually need to pick up my ender chest from the Lush Cave. So this is good for us. Where would I put Rabbit hide at? In Misk? Future husband trying to find you, but you keep getting lost? No. Okay, hear me out. My future husband is lost in transit. I don't know where he's at right now. He's probably a doctor or personal trainer. He could be a baseball player. I don't know, but he's busy working probably. He's probably not even trying to find his wife, obviously, or he would have found me already. He better talk to God more. Homie is working in prevention loss? That's crazy! Oh my goodness. That's why you should never say never. Love your life. Love your life. Love your life. Love your life. Where's the dirt at? Dirt, 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 dirt. And then netherrack. Okay, now. I'm gonna put David up here. For now. For safekeepings, you know, because I'm not smart sometimes. I definitely don't want to lose this shulker box, so I'm gonna probably put that here too. Um, okay, apparently I can't put a shulker box in a shulker box. You can go there. Okay. This is what I got. I'm about to put all this there, and I need a bucket of water because you need a bucket of water. And if I happen to see more than one axolotl, we're gonna be getting them. So okay, so I'm gonna put this and this there. That's for fighting. This is for the axolotl. I don't think I need this, but I think we're good. My brother's still not live, so I guess we're gonna go do this real quick because I told David he would be an axolotl, so we're gonna go find an axolotl. Imagine if you could actually store shulker boxes in a shulker. Yes, right? Imagine. Wait, we're sleeping. We ain't going nowhere until we sleep right here. Maybe I should bring a bed. Should I bring a bed? Infinite storage. Yes. Yes. Where's beds? I have beds. Beds? I should put the beds with the wool. I bet the beds are with the sticks. Yep. You put beds with the wood. That's how you do it. Okay. I'm ready for my mission. I'm ready. We're ready, Freddy. I know exactly where to get axolotls. Where did the boat go? Demo. I lost my favorite boat. How did it just disappear? My birch boat disappeared. Did you guys see that? I lost it. It disappeared. I'm never gonna see it again. I'm so sad. I lost the boat. I'm gonna have to make another birch boat. I'm gonna have to make 5 bazillion birch boats. I need to go buy birch, but guess what? There's no birch in the store. So now I have to wait. Okay. Now, from what I remember a long time ago, I went on an adventure and I went that way. And if you go that way enough times, remember where you found me? Where? Um. Okay, we're gonna ignore what I just did there. But from what I remember, somewhere this way. Not sure where, because I don't know how long I traveled, but I'm pretty sure it's in here somewhere. One, there's axolotls. Oops. And two, somewhere in this place, not only is there axolotls, but somewhere in this place, somewhere in here, my ender chest is still here. That blower gave me. So we're gonna find it real quick. Okie dokie. Let's go find some axolotls. They ask a lot of questions. I mean, we found the axolotl pretty quickly. Yeah, but I'm not necessarily, I should have named it first and then put him in the bucket. I don't have his name tag. We're looking for one more axolotl, just in case someone else wants to be named an axolotl. And then we're looking for my place. I don't know if it's down there or what. I don't remember exactly where we went. I'm gonna hurt myself doing this. I don't have any more things! How am I gonna get my But where? Do you want to play some Minecraft? You get my stuff for me? Oops, she did it again. She messed with my heart. Oops, she did it again. She died from kinetic energy. I'm not even on the server. Wait, what? Then who helped me? Was it Rangel then? I thought it was you. What? So it was Rangel. So it might have been Rangul that helped me then. Okay, so it was Rangul. I thought you were on the server, Bloatware. Why aren't you on the server? Okay. Oh, me getting on here waiting for my brother to go live turned into a whole other episode. I'm sorry ahead of time. For me being on longer. I'm sure you guys don't mind though. Why did I do that? I knew that was gonna happen! I gotta hurry. I wonder if... Well, no, because I don't have an Elytra, so it doesn't matter anyway. Oh, time to go travel. To find my stuff. I don't want my stuff to despawn. I got 5 minutes to find it. Oh. I'm literally about to name, Ruby something too. All these people who helped me. I'm just gonna start naming things after people who helped me on the server get my stuff back. Because... Why, Victor? Why would you do this? Why would you do this to yourself? Oh. You could make a tree man and name him Groot. I could make a tree man or get a tree man. There's actually tree men in this. Oh my goodness! Hello. There is actually tree men in this. Um. We can I find it before it despawns? Can Ruby find it before it despawns? We'll find out soon. We'll find out on the next episode of will she get her stuff or not. I'm just kidding. We're gonna find it now. We're gonna find it now. We're gonna look for it. Max and Ruby, Ruby and Max. Dun, 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 dun. We need a big ravine. Are you a big ravine? That's... I don't know if it's there or not. I don't remember if it's there or not. Whee! I hope this is the right place. You did? Ooh! Wait, I need you. Hey, that's a circle place. This isn't it. I don't think this is the right one. Safety first. I said safety first. Okay. I give up on llama tonight. Honestly, me too almost. After I do this, we're gonna go back, name David, and then just read out. It's his fault that he didn't get live right away. I honestly do not remember where it's at, which drives me crazy. Because I know it was in like an entrance. That was pretty easy. But since we're here, we can find more axolotls. Huh? Huh. We will find it. Guys, if any of you see my brother go live, let me know, please. I have no lights. No more torches. I probably should have just followed Ruby out. But I didn't do it! Guys, I wanted one more axolotl. And I wanted to find my ender chest. How? It should be easy. Literally. You know how many times I went there every time I died? And was unalived, and then like I had to start over in this own cute little area that I found in the lush caves over here. But it was easier to get into. So that's why like my mind is like, oh, it's not it, because this was pretty hard to get into. And before it was like a lot easier to get into. You know? This is just harder. So, And apparently we went really deep down because okay, there's oh, I don't have I lost my shovel, or did I not bring it? I might have lost it. And of course it's nighttime. I feel like it would be near where like near where I placed torches or something, you know? Please don't die. Please don't die. Oh, I should have ate. I thought I saw I don't think this is it, because it would have been a lot easier to get into, is what I saw. But I thought I saw lush caves right in this area. So, we just have to find it. I don't know. I don't remember if it was near that or not, though. I feel like something like this is probably more where, like, I, more where I would have made a place to stay at, if that makes sense. Um, no axolotls? You know, while I'm here? No axolotl friends? That goes way down. See, I don't think it was that deep down. When I first started, and thanks to bloatware, it was it was Wrangle, not bloatware. So now I remember. Like I said, it's been a while, you guys. I gotta be honest, since I've even played, and then let alone like was new, and I just joined, and I was like, oh. Guys, I get lost so easily in these places, too. I'm done! I got an ender chest, I should just leave, but I really want another axolotl. If I died again, I don't even know where I'm at. I need to get out of here. That's dangerous. Really, really dangerous. I feel like I'm gonna die if I do this again. I don't want to die! I'm not that skilled in my whatchamacallit. I'm not skilled in my rocketing, my flying skills with the elytra. Knowing me, I'm probably gonna hit a wall again. And then it's gonna be no bueno. So, we're gonna just go up again and try another lush caves. The one that I was in was super easy to walk in. It was like you just walk in. Super easy. Super easy. Super easy. Super easy. Let's see if my brother's on yet. I give up. If he's not on by the time I finish what I'm doing, we're raiding someone else. I was nice enough to wait for 5 ever. So. He probably found a pillow. Yep, that's probably what happened. He probably found a pillow. Guys, I swear, if I unalive due to something not smart, I can't even see! How was I supposed to know that was that? You know? How far down do I go in these caves? What in the world? You know what? Victoria, you should just be smart and find your actual way out, you know? You found an axolotl. You got an in chest. You're okay. You can go back home. Don't unalive again. Because one of these days, no one's going to be on, and you're not going to be able to be helped. Okay, well, I'm out. Okay, look, there's lots of sheep. And the horse. Do I want to go all the way down there? Or is this the same place I literally was at, you know? Because that looks familiar. But a lot of these places look familiar. Yep. Axolotl. I just want one more axolotl. I don't even care about the ender chest anymore. I just want an axolotl. Can I have one more axolotl, please? I'll be happy with one more axolotl, then I'll leave. I'll be like, peace out, home scout. You know? I found it! This is my first home, you guys! Oh my goodness, we found it! Win in the chat, win in the chat! I found it! I found it! Oh my goodness, I remember this. With all the things in here. Oh my goodness. Okay, first off, that's going there. Second off, before I unalive, I'm placing this down. And then I'm putting everything in here. I need my bow though. Okay. Now. Oh. Woo. I'm gonna make this a little bit nicer for anyone who needs it in the future. But this is what I came here for. Okay, now. Silk touch. I had to make sure it was silk touch, okay? Now, I found my ender chest. Now, I need one more thing of water. So the only thing I'm missing is another axolotl, you guys. If I find one or two more axolotls, preferably just one, because I'm done pretty much, then we can leave and go home. Oh my goodness. I'm so happy. I bet this is a good axolotl spot. I bet fish is unalive here. So this is like a dream place for axolotls because they get free fish all the time. Oh my goodness, this is so cool. Free fish. Guys, I got free fish. How is there tropical fish in a whatchamacallit? We're staying away from over there. I want an axolotl. Do I have to go down more? Oh, wait. I said I wanted to go up, right? Wait, where did I say I wanted to go? Up? Up sounds good. Okay, up sounds good. Up sounds good! I don't want to fall. There's a dangerous thing. Danger. Danger, Will Robertson. Zombies. Why is there so many zombies? Why is there a beautiful axolotl right where the zombies at? I'm literally gonna die. One. Did my other one die? I thought there was two. Did one die during the fight? There has to be one more axolotl here, right? One more? One more? One more? One more? Or am I pressing my luck here? my blessings. Hello? Ooh, you wanna drop that sword? No? Ah! I was so close! I had almost everything! Well, at least I still have this bed. One day. One day. Oh, it's a fish. trident. I thought it was a really cool, I'm gonna die. I'm so annoyed right now. Hey! Reviews! Hello, welcome in. Welcome in, you guys, with the party of 4. How we doing? How was stream? What did we do? What did we play or review? Let me know. I've been unaliving a lot, and now I'm trying to find my stuff that I lost. Yep. That's what we're doing. Yep. Fun stuff. Okay, let's find it. Welcome in, you guys. Welcome in. GGS, thank you so much for commenting. First time chat from the Raider. Let's go. Hello, hello. One of these days, I'll figure this out. I don't know where I unalived at, though. I gotta be honest with you guys. I don't know, but hey, look, I got a fish. Free fish. Okay, no. Just watched a bunch of commercials from 1998. Ooh, fancy. Okay. What was the most memorable commercial? Okay, this is definitely not where I unalived at. And I'm probably gonna lose my stuff now. It's probably gonna be way past 5 minutes here. And then I'm not gonna have my stuff anymore. And then it's gonna be a sad day for Pool Claws. A sad day for Pool Claws. 'Cause I unalived. Fun times. Let's go! That's exciting. Okay, well, this is where this was happening. I remember this part because all the fish were falling, and I was like, "Ooh, fish! Free fish!" And then I was like, "Oh, okay." And then I went somewhere. Where did I go? Did I go down more? I might have went down more. We're gonna figure this out. Okay. Maybe this way? Because I don't remember where I unalived at. I'm gonna lose my stuff. Diamond! I can't even pick it up! Trying to figure out who that one... trying to figure out who that one guy from all those commercials was turned into a whole thing where I basically derailed the stream until we found out his name is Wayne Wilderson. Wayne Wilderson. I don't know if I know who that is. Okay, let's go. Whee! One day I'll hopefully find my stuff, but right now it's gone for good. And Axolotl, I needed you! Where were you like 5 seconds ago? Oh my goodness, I needed you! It's and unintentionally became the most memorable commercial for that reason? That's funny. Were you the one that killed me? You're probably a... I don't think it was this way, but we're just gonna go this way. Just because. Oh my goodness, you guys. I don't think it was this close to lava, so that's probably really dangerous. It was an opening area, and it was a really pretty pond. And I just don't remember where it's at. Indeed, thanks again for helping us solve that mystery when you recognized him from the Washington Mutual ads. Oh my goodness. You're the one that recognized them, DGS? That's fancy. Fun times, fun times. It would be really fancy if I found my stuff within 5 minutes. That'd be nice. Yep. It's probably already been 5 minutes. I probably lost my stuff for good. For good, for good. I lost my stuff for good. How am I doing other than unaliving and losing all my stuff? Great. Fantastic. Yep. I think I lost all my stuff. But I still want to find that spot. Wait. It was this way. Probably. I think it's that area right there. I'm pretty sure it's that area. It was literally this area, and I think I lost it. I don't think I found it in time. Guys, I don't know exactly where I died. All I remember is I think I was running around away, right? Or was it at the edge where I was at? I think it was near here, because I went down here maybe to attack. I think it's not here anymore. I actually legit miss playing Minecraft. I only have it on 360 console and PS3 emulator. Wait, PS3 emulator? That sounds fancy. There's literally an axolotl. I think I lost my stuff forever. Because I was upset. I was like really sad that I lost it, right? And I was like, well, I'm just gonna, because there was 2 axolotls in here, but one despawned. Oh my goodness! A brown axolotl! And I can't pick him up! Yeah. I think it's all gone. Guys, I'm literally so sad. Okay. I guess I'm just gonna eat some sushi. I'm pretty sure I was going through looking for axolotls. So I went down this way. So if my stuff did fall from a um you know, by losing stuff, it would be down this way. I'm literally gonna die again, and I'm alive. Again! I'm done. Oh, time to go back. I lost everything, but I think I put one of the axolotls in the ender chest before I did what I did. So, yep. But yeah, this was my first home, you guys. Oh my goodness. I'm done. I'm leaving. I'm done. I am so done. I'm so done. So done. Okay. Um. Yay! We found something. Fancy stairs! Wow! Okay. Just in case I have to eat while we're walking all the way back. I do. I have an axolotl. I got one, you guys. We have one, so I guess that works. I was hoping they'd have a whatchamacallit, but I don't see one. I'll have to make one when I get in here. We They don't have. Oh, they do right here. I'm gonna have to buy another elytra, you guys. So sad. I'm west. I'm west. West? What's west? No, I'm west. Okay, let's go home. We're done. We're done with everything. Wee. I lost a lot of stuff today, you guys. I worked really hard on retrieving it back, got it back, and then I had to get one more axolotl. And I messed up everything. Every single thing. Everything. Everything went downhill. Well, I guess I didn't lose these guys. Well, we have one axolotl we can name David. Yep. Hold on, I kind of want to do this real quick. I want to name it first. It's gonna be easier to put David in there. Alex, welcome in. How are you? Welcome to this place. Okay. If I do this. Okay, David. David is in here. Yay. Woohoo, we did it. I'm okay. I lost everything, but well, tell him now he's not getting raided because I waited for forever. I literally went on a whole mission trip and lost all my stuff because he didn't go live. So that's all his fault. That's all my brother's fault. I gotta enchant some things and do other things now. But guess what? We're gonna go raid someone because things happened. I should probably sleep in my bed, so you know. Okay, reset point is reset. I'm just gonna do this. Okay. Reset. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's go. Okay. Oh, I need to say bye to them. Hold on. I say goodnight to everyone in Minecraft who's on. Not just leave. Remind me, you guys, to name Ruby something. For Ruby. Because they helped me a lot today. Okay. So I remember. Okay. Now I can disconnect. I just put a name tag in my inventory, so that's the thing. Okay, let's find someone to raid. He's lucky. You were lucky. You're a lucky one right there. Okay, we're just gonna read him. He's starting a stream, but we're gonna go ahead and raid my brother. So, hello. There you go. There's the raid message, you guys. We're gonna go say hello to my brother, who took forever to get live. So now we're just gonna blame him that I lost all my stuff. That's what brothers are for, right? Okay, guys, I will see you tomorrow. We'll be playing Mech Arena tomorrow. I'm super excited. It's a new game that we haven't really played on stream before, so I can't wait to play it with you guys. We're gonna try to do tournaments and stuff and just get more things and upgrades and all that fun stuff. So I will see you guys then. We are. Yes, that's a great raid message. Lower. Yes, everyone use that. Let's go ahead and go say hello to my brother. He's playing Mech Arena first, and then he's probably gonna play Minecraft afterwards. So Let's show him some love. I appreciate you all being here. You guys are amazing for sticking out till the end. You guys are awesome. So let's go ahead and say hello. Love you guys. Bye.